Hello, welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Hello. My name is Jason Newland, and please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. So, I didn't do a Q&A Friday this week. I didn't ask for any questions, and I completely forgot about it, really. I've been so busy uploading or re-uploading the recordings that I'd deleted. Plus, I did make a Let Me Bore You to Sleep yesterday as well anyway, but I didn't really, I'm a little bit, it's weird. I feel like I'm a little bit out of practice. Strange. So I thought I'd ask ChatGPT. Ask me 10 really personal questions, which it has. And it hasn't messed around. So I'm going to try and answer them, but they're quite deep. A little bit, I don't know, I think I prefer like a bit more jovial. But the first question is, oh, by the way, the barking has returned. It returned yesterday afternoon, and it started again at 5:30 this morning. It's not happening now at this moment, but it's like, oh man, really? It uplifted my mood not having that barking outside. Just, it was life-changing in a positive way. It was a nice little respite, I guess. I don't know where it couldn't have been there because it wasn't barking, so I don't know where it was for a day and a half. So the first question is, what is the biggest regret you have in your life? And if you could go back, would you actually change it? Right, I'm going to go, for regret, that would be something that I've done. So it's not going to be something that's been done to me. It's not going to be something out of my control. So something within my control that something I regret doing or regret not having done. There's a few things I regret doing, definitely. And I know it's a cliche, but it's the things that I didn't do that I regret, probably. Opportunities. But then there's opportunities that I didn't know were there. For example, when I left school, when I was 15 years old, it was a weird period because I left school, I had to go back to do my exams. Well, I didn't really, but I thought I did because it wouldn't have made any difference if I'd not turned up anyway. In fact, I probably would have got a higher score. And so I was working in a chip shop full time, earning £60 a week, which was brilliant money for me, at 15. And I was living at home still, still in my room upstairs, still getting fed. Everything was just the same. And then the family split, as it were. The parents separated. After about probably maybe a month of being in the chip shop full time. I did start part-time while I was at school, I think. I was there a week on a Saturday, but that was while I was still at school, but that was only for about a month or so, maybe 2 months, I don't know. But yeah, so it was weird because, I mean, there was some stability there, and then suddenly that stability was gone. So I was 15, and I went from, I didn't feel that I had any option but to continue working at the chip shop. And I went from having my own bedroom at the top of the house, where the bedroom was. It's not really relevant to the story, but you know, I had a bedroom and it was my bedroom, and to moving into my step grandmother's flat, sleeping on a camper bed in her living room. And that was because I wanted to be with me mum, me mummy, me stepmummy, but still, I wanted to be with her. I didn't want to be in an empty house, because basically they split up like a year and a half or 2 years earlier, and then they got back together again. But that time my dad moved out, and then my dad just said, when he came back, he said he wasn't moving out. If they split up again, she'd be the one that moves out. And she did. But it wasn't a home anymore. It was just a big, empty, cold house. And I didn't want to move out of there. But at the same time, I didn't want to stay. I didn't want to be without me mummy, you know. It's true. I just didn't. So I went and lived with her, and, you know, in a not a very good sort of environment. It was a lovely flat, and before I moved in, I got on famously with my step-grandmother. Really close to her. But living in a living room, sleeping in a living room, the relationship changed to the point where after, it wasn't a whole year, it was probably about 10 months. 10 months of living together. Maybe it was nearly a year, but about 10 months of me living there, sleeping in her living room, and her daughter sleeping in the spare bedroom with my brother. My little brother was 7 or 8 at the time. That ruined my relationship with her. So we never spoke again when she moved away and I moved out. And basically, that's how I ended up having to move into the chip shop, flat above the chip shop, because they were moving. To a different part of the country. So it's like, what's this got to do with regrets? I do regret taking sides, because I did take sides. I took her side. because I was a mummy's boy. Hard to believe, maybe it isn't, but I was a mum. I was infatuated with that lady. Like, she was pretty much my world. From the age of 7 to, well, actually, the last year I didn't like her. But I was at that age where I didn't really like anyone. I still loved her, but I just couldn't stand. I think it was so claustrophobic and not having my own space, and I just could not stand any part of it. I fell out. I didn't fall out with my mum, but I definitely fell out with my nan, my step-nan. And she used to, honestly, I'd be working all day and I'd come home. I'd finish at work about 9 o'clock in the evening, come home, and I'd turn the TV on. I'd have it down very low. So I wasn't having it blaring out or anything like that. I had it down low, and my step-nan would come in and just turn it off. It was like, what am I supposed to do? I've literally just finished work. I'm supposed to just go to bed at 15. Well, by this time, I turned 16 at the end of August, so I was 15, then I turned 16. But I was like, I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to go to sleep. I've literally only finished work half an hour ago. I want to just do something. I just wanted to do something. A bit of limitation. I couldn't really go out clubbing or going to the pubs because I was 15 and I looked about 12. So yeah, there was a few limitations there. And I was living in a little town. I suppose I could go for a walk on the beach. Yeah. So I kind of regret what happened there, but it was out of my control to a degree. I mean, I made the choice to go and live with her, to go and stay with my mum. But then I disliked it so much, I did move out. I went back to my dad's, or went back to the family home. I think I did that twice, but at least once, and I lasted for about 2 days because the house was freezing cold. So this must have been probably October time. So I probably went back in October, no heating on, no food. I mean, I could afford to get my own food because I was working, but at that point I was used to not getting my own food. I'd eat at work and then I'd eat at home. When I got home, I didn't have to. I was still a kid, man. I was still a baby. I was still like 15, just turned 16. I wasn't used to kind of getting my own food and doing my own laundry and stuff like that. That was still being done for me. That all changed when I moved into the flat above the chip shop. So yeah, I then had to do my own laundry and do my own food and all that stuff. Like that most adults have to do when they live on their own. Yeah. I suppose the regret is kind of a wide regret. There's individual little regrets along the way. And I don't sit up at night worrying about it, I'll be honest. I mean, I think when it comes to like I've got emotional regrets. When it comes to, well, I think in reality, I don't know if I'm ever going to have another girlfriend or ever have a relationship with a female. I don't know if that's ever going to happen again. I mean, I was thinking about it, and I've not even felt the touch of a woman for what, 4 years. You know, it's like, it might sound weird, but I know there's people out there that haven't had a physical touch, and I'm not talking about, you know, and I'm not talking about you know, like sensual stuff, but just having someone, or cuddling someone, you know, like watching TV and cuddling them, or just that kind of stuff. It's been so long, and even then, but that was only like for a short period, and then it was like years before that. And it's not that I'm blind. I'm not the least desperate person there is. Really not desperate. But, well, sometimes I'm a little bit desperate. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I wish I was in a relationship just for the next 33 seconds. But then it goes away. I don't know. I don't know if I've got it in me. I'm not sure if I ever had it really in me. Never been able to hold a relationship together. I mean, if I was able to, then I'd have had a relationship that lasted. The longest relationship I had was, it started in, where would it be? Probably May or June 1996, and was pretty much finished by the new year 1997. So yeah, I mean, what was that, like, what, June, July, August, September, October, November, December? That was probably like 6-7 months. That was the longest relationship I had. In fact, I don't even know if we were still together in 97. I think we were. Partially. It's weird, I'm trying to think of Christmas and I can't. Christmas 1997. No, not 1997, 1996. Christmas 1996. I don't remember being in a relationship at that point. That's a piece of mapping that is missing from from the charted map of my life. So I remember Christmas 93, Christmas 94, period. I'm sort of like Christmas period, you know, like turn of the year, New Year, Christmas period. 95 is very memorable. 96, not so much. 97, 8, 9, 2000. So Christmas 97, 98, 99, 2000. Remember those. I don't have like specific memories necessarily, but I remember roughly what was going on. If I magnified a little bit more, I could probably get in there. Oh, by the way, I signed up with Ancestor.com, And that's where I got my DNA test done, where I'm 48% Irish. And I spent hours on it the last couple of days, going through my family tree. It was giving me hints, and I was looking through it and cross-checking, cross-referencing, whatever. And I was doing quite well with it. And I went on there this morning, well, about an hour or two ago. It deleted everything I'd done, apart from the basic, like me and parents on there. So I just cancelled it because it was a free subscription. And what I noticed is I cancelled, and I pressed cancelled, like the button. Now, if I didn't know better, I would have just assumed it was done, but it wasn't done. You had to go all the way down to the page, and it started offering, are you sure you want to cancel? Look what you're going to be missing out on. We help you to build your family tree up, and we'll help you for hours, and the next day it'll all be deleted for you, so you can start all over again and enjoy the fun. Ooh, just stuff like that. And then saying, do you still want to cancel it? Yes. And then go down again. Oh, can you just answer this question? Is it too expensive? Is it just not enough? Enough options? You just lost interest in doing it? Or is it because we keep deleting stuff? I mean, after all, you do like deleting stuff, don't you, JJ? Which is a bit rude. And I say just like, no, just don't, whatever. I just click anyone and press cancel. Well, what if we offer you the price, cheaper price monthly? So instead of £13 a month, we'll give it to you for £10.99 a month. What about those apples? Go on. Give us another chance. We promise we won't delete anything anymore. I mean, isn't that what you promise people? Never keep to it though, do you? You keep always, you're always deleting, always making changes. You say you won't, but you do, don't you, eventually? So stop picking on me. I'm not. I just want you to keep with the subscription. I tell you what, if you just cancel the cancellation, I won't mention all the stuff that you keep deleting and all the times you've done it over the years. How about that? No, I don't. You're winding me up now. I want to cancel. So in the end, it was like, oh, please stay. I can change. I mean, I know I said it before and I didn't change. Well, it was quite good for a few days, wasn't it? I mean, once it was quite good for even I think 17 days in a row we got on, and then it goes back to how it was, and it's the conflict, but I can change this time. This time will be different. I promise you. I was like, no, I'm not falling for that again. It's done. Once I've made my mind up, my decision is made. Oh, go on. How am I supposed to continue without you? Doing this ancestral tree, it meant nothing until you came into my life and started using my service. I know there's 12 million people using me to find out their ancestral background, but you're the one I really care about. You're the one. I mean, you're my everything. Without you, I don't think I'd want to do this anymore. So, no, come on. You're trying to be, I don't know, emotionally blackmailing me or something. Oh, you're so clever. You know all the words, don't you? All the buzzwords. Emotionally blackmail. Wow. What was the other one? Is it lighthousing? No, not lighthousing. But yeah. No, I'm not. I'm being genuine. And genuine as well. So I cover both sides of the continent. So yeah, go on. Please stay. Please. Be your best friend. No. Oh, go on. Listen. No sometimes means no. What do you mean sometimes means no? No, I mean, no doesn't necessarily mean no in a sales situation. But in a lot of situations, you should respect when someone says no. Oh, but I want you to stay with me. What are you changing your voice for? I just so that the listeners know who's talking. Because you keep doing that, don't you? You keep just doing the same voice, and it gets confusing for the listeners. So, what do you think? I should change my voice as well, then? No, just keep to your own squeaky voice. Everyone recognises that one. That really is rude. I'm not happy about that. Wow. Right, I'm going now. I've had enough. You're cancelled, alright? Okay. I didn't like you to start with. Never liked you. Smelly poo head. What? No, go away. Don't. In fact, I don't want you to use this service anymore. I want you to leave. Never in. And your food is terrible. You're a terrible cook. What do you mean a terrible cook? What's that got to do? Just you're cancelled. Done. Bam bam. And it was done. I've noticed that with a lot of like website services and apps and stuff. They don't all make it easy to cancel. They make it easy to sign up. You know, you can go on an app. Obviously not all, but most apps you can sign up on the app. But you can't delete on the app. You can't cancel on the app. You have to go to the website. Amazon's like that as well. It's so annoying. You know, it's so easy to add stuff to Amazon Prime. Like HBO. Oh, okay, I'll just add HBO. They're offering it free for 2 weeks. Or they're offering it for £2.99 a month for the first month. You know, it's like, yeah, cool. Because there's stuff on HBO that I like to watch. But it's keeping track of that time, isn't it? Because if I forget, then I end up paying $9.99 a month or whatever it is. So I go on to the app. No, can't delete it on the app. And I use the app on my phone, the Amazon app, all the time to order stuff. I say all the time, I'm not just sitting here ordering things all day long. But, you know, I use Amazon. I don't use Amazon for fun, you know. Amazon's really I buy my day-to-day stuff, whether it's deodorant, whether it's underwear, whether it's soap, shampoo. You know, I don't really have a lot of hair, but face wipes, dog food, all that kinds of stuff I generally get from Amazon. Ready Break. I get like big packs of Ready Breaks. I think there's 5 boxes in a pack, so it works out a lot cheaper than buying them individually on Uber Eats. That's another thing. Uber Eats, I went on there the other day, and normally it just only has the stuff, and it has other stuff, but you know, when it comes to breakfast cereal, it just offers me what I've already got in the past, recently. And I want to get what I had 6 months ago. I want to get something a bit different. Nope, not available. Sorry. But I looked at the app not yesterday, I think the day before. And in my favourite section, which is basically just what I'd previously bought, it had stuff that I have not bought from, I use Uber Eats to get Sainsbury's deliveries. And it just had old stuff. When I say old stuff, for example, I wasn't able to get Ready Brek on Uber Eats, on the app, for months. That's why I started getting it from Amazon. Now it's available again on Uber Eats. It makes me wonder if they communicate with each other. I think it's not as so much that it's like sharing information. I think they're just gossipers. Uber Eats, Uber Eats app is gossiping with the Amazon app about me. Uber Eats is like saying, oh, it's weird, he hasn't spent as much money on Uber Eats lately. He's not getting as much breakfast cereal as he used to. And the Amazon app says, oh, I've got a bit of gossip for you. You know what he's been doing? He's been getting like the big packs of 5 boxes, which will last him for probably 2 weeks. That's why he stopped buying it on Uber Eats. That's why he stopped buying it on your app. Oh, is that so? Bit cheeky. Yeah. But don't tell anyone I told you, don't just keep it between ourselves, yeah? Alright. But then Amazon doesn't realise that Uber Eats is going to get in with his friends. Say, listen, we need to start making Ready Brek available again. Because he's going elsewhere, and that's not good for us. Maybe there's a way we can buy all the Ready Brek from Amazon so it's not available. That's a good idea. I wonder if they ever do stuff like that. What's it they call that? There's a word for it in sales. Right, it started barking again. There's periods when it doesn't bark at all for a while, and then it just on and off. But it's a little bit distracting from what I was talking about, because I don't remember now. Something about, was it my favourite colour or something? I don't know. Working in a chip shop. Oh, cancelling apps. Uber Eats, Amazon, yeah. So I think one of the regrets, I guess, would be, and there's nothing, the thing is with regrets, you can't do anything about it. We can learn for the future. We can learn maybe if I got into a similar situation again, to maybe do things differently. But will I get into a situation again that's anywhere near how things used to be when I was a lot younger? And possibly I won't. I don't know. I'm probably never going to be in a position where, I'm never going to be in a position again where my parents kind of separate. Am I? That's done. Never going to be in a position where I'm 15, because those days are gone. Working in a chip shop, gone. So that stuff, it can't re-happen. And I don't, you know what, I don't give myself too much of a hard time over some of the silly things and some of the not very well thought out choices I made when I was a teenager. Especially like when I first left school, and because I didn't know what else to do. I was ad-libbing, I really was, in life. I mean, the only person that I really, I suppose, asked any advice, well, probably not even asked any advice, but I was close to my nan, my biological grandmother. And I had been since 7 years old. So it's really weird, okay? This is probably stuff I've already talked about, but my nan, she remembered stuff. She remembered me being born, and she had pictures of me as a baby. And she had pictures of me when I was like in a pushchair, not a pushchair, yeah, pushchair, pram or whatever. And I didn't know until she told me that the very last day of me and my brothers being in Southend, because we were living in Nazareth House children's home run by nuns. So we were living there, and on the very last day, because we'd been, my dad and his new wife, my mummy, used to pick us up on a Friday night, take us back to where they lived, and we'd stay there for the weekend, and we'd come back on a Sunday afternoon. And we did that most weekends for at least a couple of months, I would say. It's hard to know, because at that age, a week is like 6 months, isn't it? It's like such a long period of time. So I don't know how many months it was for, but at least a couple of months, maybe longer, maybe less, but I'd say at least 2 months. And on the very last day, and we knew it was coming, we knew that we were going to be leaving the children's home to go and live with our parents. And my stepmom said that she had adopted us, like officially, legally adopted us. So they'd been married since they got married in 1976. I actually found the date on Ancestor. And she was 22 when she got married. So she was 23 when she had me. When she first, in fact, she might have still been 22, I don't know. But at the time, and for years afterwards, I couldn't see it. I couldn't really see it in I guess, this way. But I view it a little bit differently to how I used to. Because I'm thinking, first of all, 22 is young. My dad was older, but not huge amounts older. He was born in 47. She was born in 54. 55, something like that. So, you know, it's what, 7, 8 years difference. Maybe 9. And so she's married with her new husband, probably blissfully happy. I don't know. I've never been married. I definitely have not married my dad, so I don't know whether or not I'd enjoy it. But I'd rather not, thanks. But, you know, so they were probably blissfully happy and living together. She was working full time. He was self-employed, I think, or he was working full time. So they had plenty of money coming in. Lots of freedom to do what they wanted, both young. And then suddenly, I say suddenly, but you know, kind of out of the blue, 3 boys appeared. Because he didn't know where we were, and eventually he found where we were because we were living in Newcastle, and I think we got transferred to Southend so that we were closer, but I don't know that 100%. So she went, within a year of being married, to being the mother of 3 children, 1 7, 1 9 and 1 11. That's a biggie, isn't it? That's a big one. Especially when you consider she was like only just over 10 years older than my oldest brother. So, yeah, I never really thought about it. Obviously at the time I was a little kid, so I was too busy thinking about kung fu on TV and sweets and running around and spinning until I got dizzy and fell over. You know, I was busy. I was busy doing that stuff and thinking. I was a deep thinker, but I don't think I really gave that any thought. It's very preoccupied in myself, very, very much like now, really. And it must have been weird, must have been very strange. But I found out on the very, very last day that we lived in that children's home, and we knew that we were going to be going back to live with my dad and my new mum. We were going to be living with them permanently, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And we were going to be together and have a family, which is what I wanted. You know, there's nothing more in the world that I would want than to be at home living with them, with my 2 brothers. You know, that was the dream, really. So I was blissfully happy, I think. I've said the word blissfully happy twice, haven't I, in this lecture. And what happened is we spent the afternoon with our biological mother, which is a little bit freaky to do something like that, considering she didn't visit us, as far as I'm aware. But she was told that was the last time we were going to see her. So she just rolled up, didn't expect her to turn up, and she took us out. And I remember that day. I remember we went onto the Southend promenade. I got some pens that had weird kind of animal lids and things like that. So she bought me some of them, and like, I just want to look at them. I didn't want to own them. The thing is, I like looking at stuff, but I don't want to carry it home. And she was saying, but it's only small stuff. I said, yeah, but still, I don't want to carry it home. I'm lazy now, and I always will be lazy. She said, what? I said, well, I've decided I'm going to be lazy forever, and I don't like carrying things. So can you carry it for me? And she did. She put it into a bag. I think she was a little bit confused. And I was very much focused on her, because she was that. I don't know if I understood that we were never going to see her again. I'm not sure if it really, because I wasn't quite 7, So this was in, shall we say, possibly June time, 1977, and I was 7 at the end of August. So I was 6, but I was nearly 7. And I'm not sure if I understood that was, because we'd see us sporadically, if that's an actual word, occasionally, now and then. I remember when I was in Newcastle in a children's home, I came down. It was during, my birthday's always been during the summer holidays when I was at school, because it's just always was. So I came down. I'd had a sleep in, so I wasn't up at the same time as all the other kids. And I went into the conservatory. It was a big conservatory with tables where I used to eat. It was a much nicer children's home than Southend. In fact, I don't even remember there being any nuns there, but it was still Nazareth House in Newcastle, so I guess there was. I just don't remember them. I do remember them in Southend. We used to call them the little penguins, but not to their face. And so I come down, it's a really bright day, really sunny day. It's 1975, something like that, maybe 1976, 1975. So I come down, looking around. Oh, there's no one here. I had no idea what time it was, so I just went down and got myself, I think I probably just one of those, just got myself some breakfast, probably in a little box, and some milk and orange juice or whatever. So I'm sitting there, and I'm facing away from the glass. So it was like a conservatory, and it's a big place. Loads of kids living there. It's a big old place. There's a big courtyard there as well. So yeah, it's a big place. And someone came in, one of the staff. He said, "Happy birthday." And I said, "What are you talking about?" No, Different Strokes wasn't on yet. And I said, "What?" I said, "What?" He said, "Happy birthday." I said, "Oh, cool." See, I didn't know about birthdays. I didn't know what day my birthday was on. I didn't even know how old I was, to be honest. Things like that weren't important, and no one mentioned it. This is the first time in my memory that anyone had even mentioned birthdays to me. I'm not saying that I never had birthday presents previous, but I don't remember it. And when you live in like a kid's home, especially, I don't know about now, but in the 70s, you didn't have anything really of your own. There'd be toys to share with the other kids, but I didn't have anything of my own. The only belongings that I left the children's home with that were mine, other than some clothes and stuff, was my book, my Jackanory book, which I'd kind of learned to read with. And I used to read it over and over and over and over again. And I say learned to read, I'm sure I was learning to read at school, but this really kind of helped me a lot. Plus, we moved around so much, there was no stability like school-wise. So, and there's probably periods when I didn't even go to school. So I don't really remember much in the way of school. What I do remember is walking to school on my own at quite a young age. But that that's probably more to do with the times. You know, walking to school at the age of 7 was kind of normal back then, you know. I suppose it's different if you live miles and miles away, but if you live near the school or within like an hour or like half an hour walking, you just walked. The kids would walk on their own. Didn't need parents to take them, or at least I didn't. I got this kind of a memory of I think it was a bridge that we used to walk over and then walk down, which led to the school, but not got a great memory of it. There's not many memories of schools that I remember before the age of 7. There was one where I was standing in the school grounds near not the gate, you know, where you come and go, and there was a lady there and she fell over. That's probably the happiest memory of my childhood. I'm joking. Yeah, that was weird. But other than that, and I thought I'd caused it. I thought it was, I'd made her fall over, which was weird. It's strange. I was a little bit of a strange child, I would say. And this bloke in a children's home was like, "Oh, happy birthday." I said, "Oh, okay. How old am I?" I had no idea. I didn't know, really didn't. And none of us knew our when we went to live with my dad and his new wife, I don't think any of us actually knew what our dates of birth were. Which is probably quite a weird thing, isn't it, for kids? I think maybe my oldest brother did, but yeah. We used to have arguments like, no, it's not December, it's August. No, I got presents in December last year, like that was Christmas. It was Christmas, and I was 12 at the time. So yeah, it took a while to kind of get around to the normal societal norms, the normal norms. And the bloke said, "Oh, your mum was here." I said, "Really?" "Yes, she left a present." "Okay," and he handed it to me. I'm like, "Why didn't she stay to say hello?" "Don't know. You could have woken me up. I was asleep. You could have, you know." So basically it was a little, I'm not sure if it was wrapped. I think it might have been wrapped. But it was a box of Maltesers. You know, not a bag, but a box. So it was a decent, I like that's maybe why Maltesers have been kind of quite, I don't want to say sacred because that's a weird word to use for chocolate, isn't it? But there's probably an emotional connection to most Maltesers for me, and I still like them today. I don't really eat that much chocolate anymore, but I did. Maltesers is one of those things that I kind of used to enjoy. But yeah, that was that. I was like, why didn't she say hello then? Which is weird. But anyway, we saw her for the very last time, and we had some chips. We went to the chip. It was like it was in Southend, this chip place. But it was almost like it was built on the prom, like a chip shop, but it was built on it. that's my memory of it. We go in there, got some chips. I think they were in a cone. And we went and carried on walking around the prom and whatever. And then we went back to the children's home in Southend, and we were in a room with her, and we didn't realise that my dad and his new wife, my new mummy, was on the other side of the door. Like, there was basically 2 rooms with a door, and we went through the other door, and that's the last time we saw her. And we went home with the new parents, really. I mean, he was, even though he was my dad, he was new. I didn't know him from anyone when I first met him, even though I knew him when I was a baby, but I didn't know him. So they were both equally new. It wasn't like, oh, I got a new mum. It was, I've got a new mum and dad. That's how it was. That's how it felt. Now, what I didn't realise, that when we were out during the day in Southend, my nan was there with us the whole time. And it wasn't that I didn't know my nan, because I'd met her loads of times when I was visiting, when we used to come and stay, every weekend for a couple of months. I'd see my nan every time. We'd always go to London and see her. So it's not like I didn't know who she was. I mean, sometimes we'd stay there. So we'd go and stay with my nan and granddad, and my dad and his wife. So we'd go to London instead of going back to where they lived. I used to like London. Because at the end of that road, apart from that, it's quite a nice big garden, but at the end of the road there was this big park, and there was all these like monkey bars and swings, and yeah, it was good. That was in Enfield. Cuckoo Lane. Yeah, so I used to go there. But so I knew her, but for some reason my memory of that event into adulthood did not involve her being with us. And it was only when I was probably in my 20s, maybe even 30s, that she told me, when we were talking about that. So I was with you. I was with you the whole time. I said, really? She said, yeah. I said, how come? She said, I had making sure that she didn't take you away. So I think my nan was probably in she was in a serious mode, She was there to protect us, in a sense of, so that we got back to the children's home and we weren't whisked away in a van somewhere and taken back to Newcastle or whatever. I had no idea at all, until she told me. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, most of the stuff that happened previous, stuff that happened when I was a kid, like a baby, not up to the age of 2, and before I was born, I get that information, or I used to get that information from my nan. So stuff about my mum, stuff about their marriage, before they got married, me being born. I got a little bit of information from my dad. I mean, there was a couple of times when I was in probably about 17-ish, ish, we spent a couple of nights or a couple of evenings drinking Scotch whiskey, and that's the only time my dad ever opened up, and he'd go into a lot of detail about his marriage to her and stuff that happened in his life, but that's the only time. And I remember quite a lot of those conversations, even though I was worse for wear, to be honest, and I couldn't stand whiskey. But I knew, or I realised as the time was going on, that that was the only way he was going to actually tell me information that I wanted to know, because this was stuff about me, this was stuff about my mum, this was information about him, which he was never going to reveal outside of sharing a bottle of whiskey with him. So I'm glad we did that, but and it was interesting as well, the stuff, because I would never have known that. So between, I think, twice we did that, and my nan telling me kind of what went on and stuff, I had to put a picture together. It's very fragmented. There's probably a lot of information missing, and I'm certain a lot of information that I've kind of added that perhaps wasn't there. You know, like my imagination, you know. I mean, not stuff that I'd say here, but just in my imagination, I think of things like how it would have happened, and it might not have happened that way. For example, I was living with foster parents for about a year and a half, so from the ages of about 6 months to 2 years old, something like that. I imagined what it was like living in their house, and it was me and my brother, my one that's just a bit older. My oldest brother was living with my nan and granddad, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. So during that period, we didn't really have any. I think my nan still visited us because it was close. We were close by. So I don't know why we ended up in foster care, but the couple that were looking after us decided they wanted to adopt us, like permanently. So they must have loved us, absolutely adored us. So I don't know what age they were. For some reason I had this idea that if they were adopting, they were probably really old. But that's a bit of a silly assumption, isn't it? But at the same time, would they have been in their 20s? Because if they were in their 40s when they adopted us, although 40's not old, they'd be in their late 90s now. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'd love to be able to just visit them and say thank you, because they were prepared to be my parents and to love me and, you know, give me stability, which I would have had. But the social services needed to get permission from my mother for the adoption to go ahead. So I'm guessing they must have got permission from my dad. I don't know. I'm assuming that. So they contacted my mum. I don't know how they got in contact with her, but they did. And she came one day and she took us all. So she'd already left. She'd already gone off when I was about 6 months old, and she left us all in the house. My dad came home, and there was all three of us just like, what's happened? And she was kind of... My nan told me about that day. So my granddad was still at work. If my granddad had been... Because if my granddad hadn't retired yet, if my granddad had been retired, he would have stopped it. He would have physically stopped her taking us. He would have like, grabbed us or whatever. He would have... She wouldn't have got away with it. But it was just my nan. And the foster parents didn't have any say in it, because she was our mum. You know, they didn't have a word in. And I think even from a social service perspective, she had the right to do that as well, because she was our mum. So she came along. She probably took my oldest brother. What would he have been? If I was 2, he was 6, so he was probably at school. So she probably came and took him out of school and took us to Newcastle. And again, my dad come home and my oldest brother was gone. You know, it's like the second time that she'd done something. So, yeah, if they hadn't wanted to adopt us, so it's their fault, isn't it? It's their fault. Yeah. I'd like to, if they're still around, I'd love to just say thank you. Because there's something special, I think, about someone that is not biologically related. They got no... They don't need to love you, you know? They don't feel pressured to love you because they've not given birth to you, or they're not the sperm donor or whatever. It's like there's no pressure. But they loved us because they loved us. And in some ways that could be an even deeper love. I don't know if it's making sense what I'm saying, but it's almost like they didn't love us, and they weren't taking care of us through some kind of duty. They must have really, really loved us deeply to decide to have us, to look after us for life. I say for life, but you know what I mean, to be our permanent parents legally. But yeah, so I don't know. They must have been living in Enfield at the time, and that would have been the early 70s. So 71 to 72, sort of time. So I don't know. I mean, if they were in their 20s, or even if they were 30 in 1972, there'd be 80. They'd only be in their early 80s, wouldn't they? Is that right? I was born 1970 and I'm 55. I'll be 56 at the end of August. I know I don't sound it, I know. We all know. I wonder how old I actually do sound. Well, according to ChatGPT, I look my age, which isn't good. I really thought if I took a picture of myself and they'd say, oh, you look early 40s, and like, yeah, brilliant, I can have a good day now. But no, I think the first picture they said I looked 58. And I'm like, come on. And they said, yeah, but it's because of the grey. You're very grey, you've got a very grey beard. Yeah, but I could have dyed it grey. I mean, there was a fashion, wasn't there, a few years ago where people used to dye their hair grey, like young people. But we can see it's grey though. We can see it's not, I mean, it's not just your beard, it's your face. You don't look young. Yeah, but... So I had a little bit of a disagreement with the old ChatGPT about that. It's just because I had a neighbour move in downstairs a couple of years ago, and I told her my age, and she said, oh, you look about 45. Now, I believed, well, I'm definitely talking to her, I was semi-believed her, because I wanted to believe her, I guess, and I loved her, and I wanted to have her babies, but it was weird. She did actually have a baby, but it wasn't mine. Nope, it wasn't mine. I thought that we might kind of... I let her know I liked her, and she said, well, I want to just... let's take it slow. And I was putting the rubbish out one day, and I heard her not taking it slow with someone else. So I thought, okay, fair enough. Perhaps she doesn't. Perhaps she's not in love with me. And I think I was correct. She wasn't. I think I temporarily turned into a simp. I think that's what they call them. Like a very simple person who's very easily manipulated. But then in a way, I've been that for the last 11 years since I lived here. I don't know what happened really. It's like I dropped my rough exterior when I moved here. Not that I was like super rough, but just... I don't know, I wanted life to be different. And having my own home felt like an opportunity to... like a fresh start almost. And instead of keeping away from the neighbours, which is what I've kind of learned to do over the decades. I mean, I still used to talk to people and say hello and everything, but I've had a few problems over the years, and sometimes it's just easier to be cordial but don't get involved. That's what I found suited me. But when I moved here and I realised I wasn't going to be moving out in a year's time, and I wasn't going to... my moving around every couple of years or every 3 years, like I have done since I was 15, had stopped. It kind of... I wasn't doing that anymore. That wasn't my lifestyle any longer. And to be fair, that was my lifestyle when I was a kid as well, when I was very young. So moving around a lot from the age of, well, being born, I guess, up to the age of 7. Moving around, living in different places. And then between the ages of 7, I moved to another place. So I moved to one place, then I moved to another place. I lived there till I was 9, That was the council house that my nan and granddad ended up living in. And then I moved into our family house when I was 9 to 15. So that at that point, that was the longest I'd ever lived anywhere. Well, probably the house, the council house was the longest I'd ever lived anywhere until I moved into the family home, and then I was there for 6 years. Longest I'd ever lived in one place. And then after that, I just kept moving around again. I think it's like between 40 and 50 times I've moved since I left school. So add on all the others, so probably 60 plus times I've moved home since I was born. So it's quite a few times, I think. So yeah. In some ways, this might sound a bit strange, but in some ways, I do miss it. I miss that change of scenery, the newness, even if it's a bit rubbish, even if it's I've lived in a lot of really horrible little rooms over the years, but there was like a degree of excitement of being somewhere new, somewhere different, learning to navigate the local environment, finding out where the shops are, finding out like the transport routes, things like that. It's just getting a job, things like that. It's very, I kind of partly liked it a little bit. There was a certain feeling that I used to get when I'd moved my stuff, and there was never a huge amount of stuff to move, especially like in my late teens. It was a couple of black bags, maybe 3, one for my bedding, one for a few bits and bobs, and the other one's for clothes. So it's 3 black bags, and sometimes I'd just walk with the bags to the next address, so I'd get a taxi depending on how far away it was. And it was something quite nice about, once the move was done, sitting on the new bed. Well, it's not a new bed, but sitting on it was new to me, or the new chair, or at the new table, watching my old black and white television, even though it was the 90s, the 80s and 90s. I mean, I was still watching black and white TVs. There was something quite adventurous about it, I suppose. Yeah, the lack of stability did have I guess there was a sense of danger with that. I mean, it can be quite a dangerous situation in a sense of, not knowing really where you're going to be, not being able to plan ahead too far, because I don't know, because I used to just move. I got through so many different jobs because I couldn't get out of bed, or I'd walk out of the job if someone said something I didn't like. I had 1 week, it sounds like it's a lie, but it's true. In 1 week once, I had 3 full-time jobs. So I already had a full-time job, and on the Monday afternoon, I just walked out. On the Tuesday, I had a job interview and started on the Wednesday with that new job. And I worked the day and I left on the Thursday morning. Walked out. And Thursday afternoon, I found another full-time job and I started on a Friday. And I lasted probably 3 or 4 hours and I walked out. Or I was sacked, one of them. So, yeah, it's the only time ever that I've done that, but 3 full-time jobs in 1 week. I'm trying to think if I remember what they were. One was working on a caravan site, cleaning caravans. That was hard and it didn't last long. And I didn't get paid from any of them because I didn't work like a whole week. The second one, I know they said it was working in a kitchen in a hotel. I think the first one was when I was working in the factory. So yeah, I'd left the factory then. So 3, that my oh no, blimey! I remember now. I worked in, what's the thing where you clean clothes? Dry cleaners, but it was like an industrial dry cleaners. Wow. The heat. And it was very hard work. And it was basically dry cleaning all the bedding really for, and tablecloths for all the hotels in the town. Well, probably most of them. And I lasted, I think I went home at lunchtime on that one. Then there was the caravan, cleaning the caravans. That was another full-time job. And then the last one was, I was working in the kitchen, and it was just kitchen porter, so about just washing up really and cleaning and stuff. That was weird because I was there and my friend from school, Jason, was the chef. So I think he'd basically done his apprenticeship. So I would have been probably 18 or 19, no, 18 at this point. And he'd done his 2 years at college to become a chef or whatever. And I suppose he was still training, or maybe, but anyway, that's what his job was there. So he was kind of in charge. And I was trying to have a laugh with him. And he wasn't doing it. He wasn't having it. Because, well, it was busy. It was a busy kitchen in a busy restaurant, in a busy hotel. I think probably I was a bit jealous of his success. Not jealous of him like, ugh, but just in a sense of, well, perhaps it made me kind of think about what I had done or what I hadn't done. Because I also went to catering college, but I did it for 1 year, and it was just part of the YTS, that's it, working in chip shop. Instead of working in a proper place like a hotel, like a restaurant, then that would have made, the qualifications would have made sense, you know. And I didn't do the second year. Like, I knew a few of my friends that were on the same course, and they were all working in hotels. Two of my friends were working in hotels and they were becoming chefs. I didn't do the chef. Mine was like chef and waiting. They were just chefs. That's what they were doing the whole lot. They were learning to be chefs at college and working in a hotel at the same time. You know, like in a restaurant at the same time. So mine was different, because when I wasn't at college one day a week, on a Wednesday I do believe, I was frying chips and serving chips, which is nothing I did at college really, apart from health and safety and hygiene, was useful. I mean, the only time I was pleased that I worked in a chip shop when I was at college was one day they decided, well, we're gonna, because we used to cook for the restaurant in the college, so we used to cook every day, we'd do that, and then sometimes we'd serve in the restaurant, see, and depending on what week we were in. And on this particular week, they said, oh, today we're going to do fish and chips. That's what we're going to be doing. And they started showing us how to do it, and I was like giggling, because that's what I was doing all day long, every day. I mean, I was literally doing it all the time, because that was my job. And we were doing this, and it was a much smaller setup than a chip shop fryer. And it was the only time that I actually excelled, that I was kind of, I don't want to say better, but I was better than everyone else at cooking, at frying the fish, because that's what I knew how to do. But that was the only day when I was good. Well, not good, but that I kind of felt comfortable, because that was my domain. You know, I knew how to prepare fish. I just knew how to do it, because that's what I did. That's what I'd learned. That's what I'd been doing for quite a while. In fact, I think I probably helped some of the other people out. Right, the dog started barking again. But I remember one of the students said, how are we supposed to know if it's cooked, if it's covered in batter? What are we supposed to know? And I said, and I felt like I was being really wise, I said, you know when it's cooked, when it's ready, because it floats. You still got to turn it over a few times, but it floats. If it's at the bottom of the pan, or at the bottom of the frying pan or whatever, it's not ready. When it floats. I kept saying the word floats. Now, I do believe that's still true. I can't remember. But it was one of those things, like, because it sinks to the bottom. Well, not all fish sinks to the bottom when you put it in, but generally, some stuff does, and it floats when it's ready, when it's cooked. Plus, if you cook something all the time, you know when it's ready. That's the one thing I did learn from doing catering and working in different catering places. I know when food's cooked. Not particularly good cook or anything, but I know when something's ready. I can almost smell it. It's like, yeah, that's ready. And I know how to check as well. I'm not sure if I'd even be able to cook fish anymore. It's been such a long time. Or chips. Anyway, Vinny wants to go out for a walk. Don't you, Vinny? Yeah, his tackle is waggling. So, I'm going to go. I only got through one question. I didn't really even answer it. I just went on and talked. What was I talking about? I don't know. I wonder what it's like to be able to just stick to one thing and talk about it, and I don't know. Anyway, so this has been my ChatGPT Q&A Friday. I'm probably not even going to put it down as a Q&A Friday. It's just what it is. Whatever it is what it is. So I'm going to go. In fact, it's actually Saturday morning, so I'm a little bit late doing a Q&A Friday. It's 9:12 a.m. It's the 1st of August 2026. So thank you for listening. I'm going to take Vinny out now. So remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Oh, did you hear that? What's that, Vinny? What? Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax. feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders. Deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel in the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting, mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil, your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. Peaceful, enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting, peaceful energy. Peace to breathe, so much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the Pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck. Letting go of any tension that may have been there before and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. As you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4, 2. 1. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 2. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now, this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, It's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs, and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating of course your ankles. So important. You know, anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, you know, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course, that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. Sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's the part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles. The strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process. Something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sink in deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body, we're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 17, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax, to just take some time off, so that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so Let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And with my hands to the side of your head, not pressing but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now, this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. As I massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe. because it's intimate. And it can feel nice, and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards. So massaging your back, but the outsides of your back. The parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the 2 fingers and just go either side of the spine, and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I'll pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area, really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm going to go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle into your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw gently, the sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention, but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with 2 legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles there are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say, and then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88.
candle, 85, 82.
78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. 56, candle 55, candle 54, candle 53, candle 52, candle 52, candle 52, candle 51, candle 50, candle 49, candle 8, candle 47, candle 46, candle 45, candle 42, candle 41, candle 40, candle 39, candle 37. 29. Candle 28. candle 22. Candle 10. Candle. One. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice, knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. It feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor. You start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless. and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp, where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, opening and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently. Just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that's a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently, just above your hips, where your coccyx are, that whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area, as it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently and slowly, automatically, with each breath you take. As you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly, observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice it usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. It's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, they're kind of almost like they're the same, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I'm breathing in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small change in how you feel. 7, that feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 that's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. Nine, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a, I don't know, Batman mask or something. Or I'm trying to Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, relaxation, not just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And breathe, noticing how you feel, how relaxed and calm you physically feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that, I guess it is a command really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to to relax. So I'm going to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of, I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focused on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind of energy, like not buzzing, but I can kind of feel a degree of energy in my hands. Maybe that's where the tension's being released. Maybe that's causing that. The next part, I think we should focus on the back of the neck. That's the part which quite often, well, for me, holds tension. I don't know about for yourself, but I think it's quite a standard place where tension is sometimes held. So, and I'm doing exactly what you're doing as you do it as well. So I'm telling my body parts to relax as well. So if you tell your neck, the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck and just say, relax, in your own words, in your own tone, in your own voice. You can say out loud or you can just say it to yourself internally. But you're focusing and you're saying it literally to the back of your neck, as if the back of your neck can actually hear what you're saying. So do that now. Just say relax to the back of your neck, and I'll do the same. Now what I noticed, and you may have had a similar thing, is even though I was focusing on the back of my neck, other parts started to, I don't know, show themselves to me, or maybe because they want to be relaxed as well, but I started noticing the feelings in my shoulders, the tension in my shoulders and in my upper back. Whether that was because my back of my neck was saying, well, I'm pretty much okay. It's the other parts that need attention. But my back of my neck is still relaxing. But I just became more aware of other parts that needed attention. Now this might happen, and it's not. It doesn't mean that it's going wrong. It just means you're being notified of more places that also want to feel relaxed. So I'm going to focus on my upper back. So you can do the same. Even if you don't have any feelings of tension that are obvious in your upper back, if you just focus on your back and the whole area from your shoulder blades down to the middle of your back, down your spine. I mean, with me, it's more the shoulder blades that are more, yeah, that's the parts that are really sort of giving me the nod that it needs relaxing. So I'm just going to ask that part to relax. And you can do the same now. Relax your upper back. Something strange happened there, and this often happens. I've been doing this for 16 years or something, and often, I don't know why I'm surprised, but amazed really that there can be a feeling. So when I was focusing on the back of my neck, my upper back was starting to feel quite stressed and in need of attention. As soon as I started talking to you about my upper back and talking about, getting ready to ask the upper back to relax, my upper back already started to relax. almost as if it doesn't need to hear the words, just needs the attention, just needs to be noticed. And that is something that often happens in this type of situation, is when you start to relax a couple of parts of your body, as we've done with our hands, our eyes and our eyelids, and now back of the neck, top of the back, upper back. The rest of the body seems to just take notice and decide in its own way to start relaxing. Other parts of your body start to just become looser. I suppose it's kind of like a bit of an avalanche, you know. The little ball starts rolling, and before you know it, the whole of your body is completely relaxed and calm. And if you focus on your face, you focus on your eyes, your eyelids, your eyebrows, and the muscles around your eyes. Maybe you start to notice that your forehead is more relaxed than it was. Maybe your face is more relaxed. I would say my entire face is a lot more relaxed than it was. So we're going to focus now on your shoulders. Again, just like before, just tell your shoulders. I mean, you can do them individually. You can do right shoulder, left shoulder. I just generally do both at the same time. And just tell your shoulders as you focus on them in your mind. Focus on how they feel. Maybe you can see them in your mind's eye. And just tell your shoulders to relax. It feels nice as they relax. But I do notice, probably especially with my back, is the connection between the different parts. The back, the shoulders, the neck. Being all connected and being such a large part of your body. It's almost hard to separate them from each other. I mean, my lower back has started to relax on its own. Maybe I'm going too slow. And that could be an issue, because we all go at different speeds. And the idea at the beginning of this recording was for you to be able to just say to yourself, relax. Without focusing on any particular part of your body. Because when you know that telling your hands to relax and your hands relax, you tell your eyelids and your eyes, the muscles around your eyes and your eyebrows to relax, and they relax. You tell the back of your neck to relax, and it relaxes. You tell your upper back to relax, and it relaxes. You tell your shoulders to relax, and they relax. And when you told your hands to relax, they relaxed and they continued to relax. When you told your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows to relax, they relaxed and continue to relax. When you told the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck, and told it to relax, it relaxed and continued to relax. When you told your upper back to relax, it relaxed and continued to relax. As with your shoulders, you told your shoulders to relax, and your shoulders relaxed and continued to relax. And it's not just that, it's that the rest of your body has also been listening, and that relaxation has been spreading. So from your eyes, the relaxation spread to your forehead, around your face, into your skin, into your jaw. Into the front and side just start to relax or continue, even more comfort spreading through your legs, all the way down to your ankles, the tops of your feet, the sides of your feet, and the bottoms of your feet. Relaxing into your toes, each toe relaxing, calm, loose. And as your body relaxes more, your mind becomes slower, more peaceful, to the point where if you choose to fall asleep, you can easily do that. Easily drift away because there's nothing going on in your mind. Your brain is peaceful. Your body continues to relax. And with that connection between your body relaxing and the word that you say to yourself, relax, means that you don't need to focus on just one